All right, hold on. I'll be back in a sec.
In the age of ancients, the world was unformed, shrouded by fog. A land of grey crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons. But then there was fire. And with fire came disparity. Heat and cold, life and death, and of course, light and dark. Then from the dark they came and found the souls of lords within the flame. Nito, the first of the dead. The Witch of Izalith and her daughters of Chaos. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, and his faithful knights. And the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten. With the strength of lords, they challenged the dragons. Gwyn's mighty bolts peeled apart their stone scales. The witches weaved great firestorms. Nito unleashed a miasma of death and disease. And Seath the Scaleless betrayed his own, and the dragons were no more. Thus began the Age of Fire. But soon the flames will fade, and only dark will remain. Even now, there are only embers. And man sees not light, but only endless nights. And amongst the living are seen
Okay, I'm back.
carriers of the accursed dark sign.
Here we go again. Fuck is that?
Yes, indeed. The dark sign brands the undead.
Oh, very good.
What is that?
Very good indeed.
And in this land,
Is that a dragon butt?
the undead are corralled and led to the north. Where they are locked away.
Thank you for the 35 months, John.
Await the end of the world. This is your fate.
I'm so naked. IRL, maybe. proof? You're just gonna have to take my word for it. Oh, someone died. I think the dragon butt died. This is a really good start. We got deprived with the blacksmith giant hammer, which has potential.
Oh, very good.
I don't know if I've seen Centipede Demon here before. Actually, no. Maybe one time. I think I've seen him here before. Don't grab the shield. Yeah, I don't know. The shield is kind of nice, but I guess I'll skip it. This weapon is so OP. You don't know that you don't know why the starting item is important? Well, the thing is, I can use this weapon to actually kill some bosses to get access to other areas. Yeah, we can just go... We can basically go straight down here. Yeah, we just have to avoid picking stuff up for a bit. No, I don't have to pick up everything I see. I mean, we could do that, but the thing is, I have to pick up stuff regardless. It's just... If you get unlucky early on and you just... Like, you can just get so fucking screwed. If you pick up everything, you might pick up all the loot, and then you're just stuck with some weapon that you can't use, and you're like fat as shit. So the thing is, we could either go straight to Quelaag, or we could go to Sif. You know what? I'm gonna go to Sif. I just want to do something different, because I mean, Quelaag is probably not a bad idea, but I'm gonna... Well, it's not actually Sif. Could still be Sif. I actually don't know if you can get the same boss. As far as I know, this randomizer is like a shuffler, so you're guaranteed to get every boss in the game. Whereas I think the one Ella did, you could get the same, you could get repeat bosses, right? So you could get Taurus Demon like 5 fucking times. Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure some people here probably watched Ella when he did this challenge. I don't know how it worked. I think you could get repeat bosses in other rando. But at the same time, you could also end up getting multiple DLC bosses or something. So, I guess it goes like both ways. Well, this rando doesn't have repeat bosses, but that's not what I'm talking about. Can't just rule out bosses you already fought. Yeah, that's true. But it also makes it like if you get good RNG, then you could also just get a bunch of Taurus demons or gargoyles, or I don't know what but that is true. It does make it more unpredictable. I don't know, but I wish that there was like because this rando is nice, but it definitely has some things that I don't like about it. Some bosses were disabled. I don't think that's why though. I think the other rando just doesn't actually shuffle the bosses. I think it's like a true randomizer, so you can just get repeat. But I don't think it matters if they're disabled or not. I think you can get repeats regardless. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Just, yeah, like each of the randomizers have their drawbacks. The other randomizer is cool, but at the same time, it's just so buggy. No, the other rando still crashes because of Artorias. Ooh, a Firekeeper soul for 1. Wow, he has some terrible souls though. Ah, man. If only we had a Twinkling Titanite, we could upgrade this fucking thing. That would be so good. Haven't found any Titanite though. Do I always do the same route? Not exactly the same. We're actually gonna go fight Sif this time instead. This thing actually has strength scaling. I want to loot this item, but I could fuck us. I don't know. I don't know if this item is gonna stay here. Do it? You just want to see me crash and burn, chat. Nine minutes in, what could you lose? I don't know, a fucking good start to the run. We have a good weapon and we can light roll. We might actually be able to make progress here. Honestly, I do feel like this rando is largely dependent on your starting classes. Because there's some weapons in this game, for those who don't know. Like, this weapon is basically equivalent. This weapon is equivalent to like a plus 10 weapon. There's some weapons that just do so much damage because... Oh gosh. Hold on. I'm not muted, I just have nothing to say. Isn't this cat like a merchant? What the? Is it just... Okay, I wasn't sure if you got anything from the cat. She gives an item if you join. Oh, okay. Try not to sabotage myself. Alright, well... Here we go. What's it gonna be? I don't know. Kinda concerned about this one. Please. Okay. Oh right, you get an item from this. Well, good thing it was just great arrows. All right. Yeah, I mean, I need to get stats to wield weapons, but I also need to not die, so... mean, I don't really need endurance right now, though, because I have no armor. Well, until I do, but the thing is, we can kill bosses right now until, like, we can kill bosses to get souls to level up until we need to actually loot stuff. This rat is outplaying me. Somebody's shooting at me? I'm dead. I staggered him. Chill. Oh god, everybody's fucking... Oh, Jesus Christ, there's a Dark Wraith too. Bro, what is going on? Oh, Jesus Christ. Bruh. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Dude, I'm gonna go down to Qualag. Fuck this. I mean, I don't know. I already killed a good amount of the enemies, but I'm so sketched out. Already killed most of it. Yeah, but the most dangerous enemies are still remaining. How many bosses can you reach without picking anything up? That's a good question. Not sure. Please don't destroy me. What the? Hey, Wild Bull, thank you for the Prime sub.
An awesome choice, stranger.
Alright, what are we gonna get? Please no DLC, boss. That Taurus demon? Oh, Sif. Damage is pretty good. Ah, how's that nice? Oh, that was close to hitting me. Sorry, buddy. Hey, Wild Bull, Miss Spirit Warden, Vatic, thank you guys for the subs. Where's my armor? I don't have any. Will I play Reanimal after this run? I mean, I already beat Reanimal. There is like another ending you can go for in the game. I'll be honest, I don't really like Reanimal as much as... I still like the game. I didn't really like it as much as Little Nightmares 2. I felt like Little Nightmares 2 just had better...
Toilet bitch.
Like, there was more... like player interactivity in Little Nightmares 2. Hey Tio, thank you for the 22 months.
Oh, very
Hey Buffet, thank you for the Prime sub.
good indeed.
Asteroid, thank you for the bits.
My name is Jabba.
This is kind of scary. You have to loot to activate this guy. I don't know if I do. All right. All right, well, I mean, this is... We got another 40,000. No, auto-equip is still on. It's just... I'm just killing bosses while I can. I mean, the hope... If I quit out here, will he spawn? Or is it only after you kill Gargs? It is only after you kill Gargs, okay. I mean, I think we should... Like, yeah, this is... I know everything seems all peachy and it's like, wow, this is so easy, but... I'm gonna have to start picking shit up at some point, and that's when everything is gonna go to shit. Oh, maybe we should try to do Stray Demon. Could you do a full run without picking stuff up? No, I mean, you have to pick stuff up. Because... I mean, look at all the key items on the screen, right? The thing is, I might not necessarily need every single key item, but we need to pick up Lord Souls. Because you can't kill Gwyn until you find the 4 Lord Souls, which those are randomized. And also the Lord Vessel is really important, so you can actually warp around the game. You only need 5. I mean, technically, yes, But that's assuming that every single Lord Soul is placed in an area that's not behind a key. I mean, the Lord Soul could be... It could be fucking anywhere. Like, there's tons of items that are locked behind certain doors and paths. So you might need the key items to be able to get the Lord Souls. I'm gonna get fucking cursed so goddamn fast. Okay. Well, dude, what is... This game is so fucking cringe, bro. Dude, I couldn't fucking roll, bro. I gotta fucking store that... This fucking game, dude. Oh my god. I was fucking spamming roll, bro. This game is just ass. Sometimes you fucking hit the ground and you just don't fucking roll. Oh my god. I was fucking spamming. God damn it, dude. Gotta be fucking kidding. God damn it, dude. That run was going so well. Fuck, dude. Maybe I should have leveled up more HP. You gotta be kidding me. Please give me a good weapon. Well, we have a demon spear on the Wanderer, which I guess is good. I think the Wanderer is the best choice.
In the age of...
I don't know. I guess, to be honest, maybe I could have prevented that stored roll if I was... I probably should have sprinted into the fall. I don't know, there's some parts of, like, collision in this game where if you land on them, you won't be able to roll. It doesn't even, like, matter how much you spam. You like, need to land on the right spot. I think because I was like slow walking when I fell down, I'm pretty sure I fell and like I don't know, because normally you can roll there when you drop down. At least like in the speed run, I don't remember really getting stored rolls there. Yeah, we want to pick up this one. All right, we're gonna pick up the Ghost Blade. And we'll use that to kill Gwendolyn. Hi, Stefan. Nice. All right, we're gonna loot to start the run, and then we're gonna go back to Asylum. We're gonna go back to Asylum and pick up the Demon Spear. I think that's my plan. Is deprived always the best choice? I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, it could be. How do you know there's a demon spear? Because that's what our character started with.
Now,
Gold Tracer and Dragon King Great Axe.
come again.
Is there an option to auto-equip spells? No. But I mean, you could use spells if you want. It's just you need to get a staff or like a catalyst. Drop your current weapon at Firelink? Well, that would require you to unequip it. We're getting some souls at least. That's good. Bottomless box. Yeah, we got some souls. I mean, you can unequip stuff. It's just the rule of the challenge is that it's auto-equip. So whatever you pick up gets automatically equipped and you have to use it. I don't know if you can actually turn off stat requirements for weapons. What does this mask do again? Oh, it gives me HP. Oh. That's a big one. Lobos running an auto-equip mod that disabled weapon stats. Maybe there is one.
Well,
Ooh, nice.
come back soon.
What's the point of the catalyst always being there? I actually don't really know. Yeah, it's all... The sorcerer staff is always there for 500,000. I'm not really sure why.
Choice, stranger.
Hey, Nico, thank you for the 6 months. Forced to be a catalyst, so it can't be a key item that costs 500k, but why? I mean, there's no... He doesn't normally sell an item that costs 500,000, so... Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Just fucking kill me. Sakes. I'm not jumping off. I can't... If that's just... I have to roll with the punches, all right, man. It is tempting to jump off, but the thing is, like, okay, if you wanted to just cheese this rando, you would just re-roll the seed over and over until you get like a really good starting weapon on like a class with like light armor. This doesn't happen that often, Mario, to be fair, and if I had leveled up my endurance a bit higher, this also wouldn't have happened. Can't roll, but I can kick. Bro, do you not fall off the ledge? Why? Why is this guy... Why can't you fall? Gonna take an hour to get to Andre? Yeah, I was really hoping this item would have saved me. This is fine, Hob. Yeah, maybe I should level up my endurance more. I mean, honestly, That item is gonna save us. It's fine, we have poise for days, baby. Oh no, so sad. You know, we tried. Just dark sign? Yeah. Yeah. I probably should have just dark signed. I don't know if we actually had enough souls to get enough endurance. I mean, we needed 2 endurance levels. I think we probably would have had enough. I probably should have dark signed. I mean, the thing is that like we actually had a good weapon. We had a good weapon in Asylum. You made this look so fun. Now you're signed up for hell. Well, I don't think I plan on necessarily beating this hub. Anyways, I mean, I'm trying, but I don't know if it's gonna happen. I think I'm gonna start with Bandit. Double. Did Ella use these same settings? Well, so this is a different randomizer. Ella did it on the... There's like 2 different randos. This is Matt, 5th Matt. He made this rando. Ella did it on a different rando, which the other rando is like really buggy. I actually, when I started doing this challenge, I tried it on the one Ella used, but it was so buggy because he had scaling off as well, yeah. He was doing the other rando. I did it for like a few hours and it was just so buggy. Like a bunch of enemies don't actually function. Certain bosses can't even be randomized. Like you have to disable Artorias. I don't know, it's just got a lot of issues. This rando, on the other hand, also has issues because you get a million fucking vagrants, which kind of sucks, but at least you don't have to like... There were so many situations when I tried the other rando where enemies' AI would just completely break. Why don't you check what Stray Demon is at the beginning? I don't actually think you can. He's not actually here at the beginning. I think the other rando actually lets you see the boss here, but Matt's makes it like invisible, so you don't know until you come back. Which is why I fucking died to Fire Sage. Well, that's not why I died to Fire Sage, but I died to Fire Sage because I got a fucking stored roll. Oh yeah, Hob, I don't know what settings you have on, by the way, for the item rando, but well, I assume you have the Senile Guinevere and the Primordial Serpents, but I also have this setting on, which is you can get like 2 weapons instead of always a shield and 1 weapon. Okay, yeah, I guess you saw when I was showing it. I also have transposed on. But yeah, I guess you saw me showing this on stream at some point. You gotta clip this. Yeah, so the transpose setting, by the way, in case anybody's wondering what these settings do, if you pick up a boss soul, there's a 75% chance that you get a boss weapon instead. So, or I mean, it's not when you pick it up that the chance is rolled, but basically gives you an option to actually get boss weapons in the run. Because otherwise you wouldn't really be able to get boss weapons. Or at least it's way more of a pain in the ass. Twitch and Discord didn't tell me you were streaming. Well, I just died, so you're here at the start of the run anyways. You haven't missed that much. How many souls does this guy give? Not much. Rando Permadeath harder on DS1 than in DS2? Well, yeah, because of the auto-equip. If you did auto-equip for Dark Souls 2, you would have a fucking... Oh god, it would be so painful. Because, I mean, we struggled so much with the DS2 run, and that was without auto-equip. The issue in Dark Souls 2 isn't even the stat requirements, it's just... Enemies are so fucking tanky. Well, I mean, it's the same issue with DS1, right? Like, some of the enemies in this game just have so much defense and so much health that if you have no scaling on, you're just... Like, you fucking can't do... You can barely do anything to them.
Very now.
Oh shit, Quailag's Fury Sword? That's pretty good.
Come again.
We also have a blacksmith giant hammer back at the asylum. Quailag's Fury Sword is good, but it's if we're against like a fire resistant boss, it's gonna kind of suck. Okay, I think we're safe. I'm like kind of tempted to loot this area, but god, it's so... I don't know. I feel like I'm just so likely to die if I try to loot here. Your oldest kids saw this emote. Oh, I forgot to loot the well. Boulder armor. Wait, did I loot the... I didn't loot the firebomb, did I? Cat's favorite emote, Hob. Okay. A sport in Japan. Alright. I mean, Dark Hand is actually kind of decent. This fucking rando's so brutal, man. I mean, the Dark Hand is good, but the range is fucking miserable.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Basement key. I really wish that you could two-hand your left hand in this game. I feel like that would be nice, at least. Although, I mean, most of the time I guess it wouldn't matter, but...
Toilet bitch!
A lot of the time you end up with a shield in your left hand, but you can't, like, attack with it. Most shields don't have that much stat requirements. This is some ass. Hold triangle for that? No, you can't two-hand your left hand in Dark Souls 1. Unless you're doing a glitch. I don't know, that new God of War, like, side-scroller didn't look that interesting to me. Is there any chance to actually have an upgraded weapon laid on? Well, I think most of the merchants hub, I think you're guaranteed to have, well, okay, I could be wrong about this, but I think you're guaranteed to have infinite upgrade materials that you can buy from the merchants. Now, which merchants actually have that is, you know, completely random, but I mean, there's just so many merchants that you have to check, right? Because there's the undead merchant, the female undead merchant, you've got Andre, I guess you have Chester in the DLC, you have, I'm trying to think what else. I guess you have Griggs and, Rickert and Logan. Dom Hall. Yeah, there's just so many different merchants. I think the merchants are like really important for the rando. Maybe this guy's butt has something good. Bro, will you stop that? No, you won't. Dude, what the fuck? Come on, jump back. Surely he jumps. Okay, dude. Dude. Oh, that's... You... Hey, dude. After all that, finally, one hit away and he fucking jumps off. I was enjoying watching you suffer with this run last night, Hob. It's a fucking doggo. Jesus. Pendant. We need the broken pendant, chat. It was going really bad. I mean, I saw you got like 4 bosses. It's not bad. Yeah, I mean, it's not that hard to get. You could easily get like 5. Well, I shouldn't say easily, but need to get used. Yeah, mid-rolling is fucking, it's ass. Especially if you're fighting like a DLC boss or something. But it's not too bad to get like early boss kills, but once, because eventually you're gonna have to start looting shit, and that's when things can end up getting really shitty. First Artorias works? Yeah, probably. Yeah, I mean, they have the same amount of iframes, but like the recovery time between rolling is a lot higher. Yeah. I was just about to say it's nice that we have this dark hand at least. I mean, this run is definitely the difficulty of this run is the early game. I think once you get into like the mid or late game, it will get easier. Just really sucks not, like, if you don't have the stats to use a weapon in this game, you're just fucking useless. Like, you just genuinely can't do anything. Once you get firebombs. Yeah, Hob, I had one run where I had... The merchant sold infinite black firebombs for 50 each. And it was so fucking OP. And then I died to a bone wheel. Yeah, I think black firebombs are the most OP thing in this run. It's random how much they cost, though, because you could find a vendor with infinite black firebombs, but they could cost like 500 or 1,000 each. Alright, I am not killing this guy. Yeah, some enemies just have crazy damage resistance. Yeah, there's so many dangerous enemies in this rando. Why did I delete live yesterday? I didn't delete anything. Sells infinite firebombs, but they're 500 apiece. Does sell homeward bones. Drake sword. Let's see, what's the armor like? Because there's a cleric robe,
so hot.
gloves. That's okay. I mean, Drake sword is decent.
I'll be seeing it.
Drake sword, don't pick up any new items till I enter Wanda. Infinite poison resin worth picking up? I don't know. I mean, we could buy the Drake sword. Well, we have a blacksmith giant hammer back in Asylum on this run, right? I think. We could go run this. We could go back to the asylum, I guess. Oh, there's a bone wheel here. Dude, everything in this game is so fucking heavy. And then you need 25% equip load to light roll. It's just brutal. I had one run where I found I had one run where I got Havel's Ring right away, and God, it was so good. Havel's Ring is so fucking good, dude. I think, dude, how much equip load does Havel's Ring give? Or like, how does that work? Because I swear I had one run with Havel's and I was at like 80 equip load. It's like 50%. Yeah, that's insane. Wait, don't we also have Quailag's Fire Sword on this run? I need to get lighter armor, man. What the f— I don't know if I want to be here, man. Holy shit, chill, bro. Oh my god. Wait, I missed the fucking door. Oh no. Fuck, dude. Oh, nice. Dude, I don't know if I want to be here. I mean, we could go— we still have the blacksmith giant hammer there, which we can pick up, but I don't— oh, I'm so fat though, man. Maybe let's go try to kill Sif. Buy light armor. I don't think that, because our shield is 5.5, 10.9, 10 on the dude. Oh my god, we are so fucking heavy. The robe isn't gonna do anything though. It's just gonna put me in mid-roll. I mean, there's the gloves. There's gloves and robe, but it's not gonna— fuck it, I guess we'll try. Dude, I don't even have enough humanity to kindle. Yeah, I don't know. Having only 5 Estus here kind of sucks. I did kill Asylum Demon. I just forgot to increase the counter. I guess we go try to kill Sif. Jesus. Bro, why is there a fucking black... Why is there a black knight in the water? Silver knight. Whatever. Is he gonna hit me? He's trying. He is certainly trying. Alright, what boss are we gonna get? Let me up. Alright. Let's make some progress. Let's actually get some frickin' bosses killed. Well, normally when you go to Sif, you don't go through... I mean, you don't... If you're being efficient, you do not climb the ladder at the Hydra. Thing is, we don't really have that much healing here. We only have 3 heals. Also, Sif drops an item here, so if we get really unlucky, we're gonna lose our weapon. Oh, this is okay. Woo! Come on, man. I actually don't, could I have even avoided that? Like when he jumps back twice. I feel like he was He was like too... I don't even know how I was supposed to dodge that. Really likes jumping. All right. Well, we got a ring. That's good. I'm gonna wait for the homeward bone. All right, there is an item here that I want to loot, but I'm not going to. We're gonna have to come back here anyways. Okay. 40,000 souls. That's good. I guess we'll get... I feel like we should just get more health. I mean, we're gonna just go kill more bosses. So we still have a lot of souls that we can get. I mean, this has potential to be good. I think we go down... We go down and we kill Quelaag and Ceaseless again. I mean, we have to kill Quelaag anyways. Well, actually, we could... Maybe we should try and do Gargoyles so we can kill Lautrec first. Also, the... I can't... What is the merchant's name after Gargoyles? Whatever that guy's name is, he can have some good stuff too. Well, I have to kill Lautrec regardless. I don't have to actually loot his stuff. Oh my fucking god, these enemies are... Okay, you know what? Alright, this... I'm gonna go get 10 Estus. I don't really want to, because I'm impatient, but I'm going to. Yeah, the Painted Guardian backstabs are so bullshit. Also, let me just double check. This is... We do have Quelaag's Fury Sword here, which is really good. It's also another really strong weapon. I feel like we should prioritize finding merchants. Because we need to get upgrade materials for like the weapons we're gonna find. We probably have them drop. I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna die if I try to attack into that. I mean, maybe if we bait out their attacks first. I'm just afraid I'm gonna get hit by like 5 attacks at once. Bruh. A lot of enemies. The elevator despawn enemies. Yeah, there's like a range limit on the enemies. You know, you do what you gotta do, chat. Honestly, at this point, I think we can just go. I hope this isn't a mistake, but I think we can just go. Yeah, these pants are so heavy. Oh god, not fucking gaping again. Actually, no, this was okay. This was okay. It's alright. Yeah, I'm not gonna cut the tail this time. Give me the slamma-jamma. Oh. Holy shit. Okay.
I like
Yeah, I didn't kill Quelaag yet. Oh, one twinkly. Hey, we could get this thing. Oh, blue tearstone ring. Okay. I guess I'll buy his shards. Actually, wait. How much do the throwing knives cost? This is way too expensive. I'm gonna buy a few just in case I need to like aggro an enemy or something. All right. Oh. Let's go down and do Quelaag, I guess. If you upgrade your current weapon, does it carry over to the next one? No, there isn't. It's not like the Elden Ring one. I like that the Elden Ring one carries your weapon upgrade. But no, it's not like that in this. Our goal in this rando is basically just to get enough stats so that we can actually use the weapons that we find. And then we will start looting stuff. Oh my god, that kind of scared me. Oh my gosh. I'm not going the right path. If I go the right path, I'm gonna have fireballs and arrows constantly being shot at me. I think the left path is safer. Oh god. Who's this guy? What's that? Seath? That should be okay. Hopefully. Is there a crystal that I have to... Oh my god, there is. Bro! Oh. Oh no. Could have just kept running. Bro, stop fucking doing that, man. Oh. No! My fucking hammer! You were so close to dying in that fight, that was absurd. White chunk. Do we bone back, or I mean, we could loot some stuff in Blighttown. No, that guy only sells stuff if you have the egghead. Unless the randomizer changes that. Check ceaseless, maybe you could make him drop. Yeah. I mean, whatever. It's only 20,000 souls anyways. Which is still, I mean, it's not bad, but... Oh wait, the thing is, yeah, the thing is I have like no heals. I don't know, maybe we should just teleport out of here.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
I'm getting out of here. I don't like this. So the question is, what do we do now? I mean, we could get Quailag's sword, but I don't know. We could also go buy the Drake's sword.
Oh, medical. Come again.
And loot the graveyard. Graveyard was kind of scary though.
An awesome choice, stranger.
Better. Damage actually isn't that bad. Can this guy get loose? I don't want this guy throwing spears at me. Two. Yeah, I mean, we might as well use the bow if we got it. It's actually... actually not bad. a waste of arrows, better to run. I mean, we can buy as many arrows as we need. Just really easy to get piled up on. Oh, I killed this guy. I think that's everything except the item that's by Taurus, but that one is not great. What the fuck? Can we kick the snake? Big snake? I don't know. See if we can. Doesn't seem like it. What's up, Ann? Whatever. I don't really want to loot the item that's by the Taurus demon anyways. Yeah, we could go to New Londo. My equip load is okay. Double Vagrant. Okay, we have the merchant over here, though. Birds are so tanky. What do you got, buddy? More homeward bones, bottomless box. Well, he's got arrows.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I really got to use the restroom, chat. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry. I went to go grab a snack. What's up, Hayes? No, I didn't grab a snack in the bathroom, you fucking weirdos. Bro. Oh my god. Come here, idiot. Very large ember. It's pretty chill. Dude. What do you fucking mean? Done. What the? Okay. That's good. Oh, I hate this enemy so much. I mean, I don't want to kill him, but like he's gonna. Do I have fire bombs? They're fucking waiting. Oh. And I'm dead. And I'm fucking dead, bro. This is what, dude. Like, this is what I fucking mean. They're so dangerous, bro. Oh my fucking god, dude. Come on, man. They're just waiting around the corner, and then he jumps behind me and blocks me. Oh my fucking god, man. Oh my god, you've got to be kidding me. I don't know. I should have just started shooting the worms the moment the egg guy blew up, I guess. Oh, what the fuck? No need to kill that guy? You say that, but the problem is, like, I have to make it, I have to go back up the ladder. I have to go back up the ladder, and there's like 5 enemies there next to the ladder, so that egg enemy is gonna slowly make his way towards me and then probably trap me or grief me in some way. Like if I leave him alone, it's just gonna be another enemy to like, I don't know. I like have to fucking kill him. It's so shitty not having fire bombs. He follows in half an hour. Yeah, but that's the thing though. Like if I don't think you realize. The last time I left that enemy alive, I ended up getting trapped by him. Because I was busy fighting a bunch of other enemies, and then, you know, Assface shows up. I don't know, man. I don't really like leaving an enemy alive. That was a misplay on my part, though. I think I could have killed the worms. I don't know. God, it's funny, those enemies are so... like, those enemies barely do anything, but... yeah, I mean, being... The thing is, I probably could have... well, whatever, it doesn't matter, the run's dead. I probably could have bowed the worms from where I killed the guy from. I was afraid of getting trapped. I was afraid of getting trapped in the hallway by the worms. Because if they start jumping at me, I'm fucked. But they move really, really slow. I don't know. The run's dead. Let's just fucking move on. I don't want to sit here talking about it all day. Yeah, and then I got trapped anyways. But it's because their AI like bugged out. They stopped moving. Oh, we don't have any good weapons to start with either. The worst is when they jump continuously. Well, yeah, that's the thing. If you get close to all the worms, they'll all start jump attacking you, and then you can't get away and you just die. Like, the worms are so bullshit, actually.
In the age of ancients.
I need to stand
The
up and
world
stretch.
was unformed, shrouded by fog. A land of grey crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons. But then there was fire. And with fire came disparity. Heat and cold, life and death, and of course, light and dark. Then from the dark they came and found the souls of lords within the flame.
You're gonna watch the cutscene again and you're gonna like it.
Leto, the first of the dead. The Witch of Izalith and her daughters of Chaos. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, and his faithful knights. And the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten.
Oh man, that last run was going fucking good, dude.
With the
It's...
strength
I
of
can't believe we
gods,
died like that.
They challenged the dragons.
Actually fucking absurd.
Gwyn's mighty bullets peeled apart their stone scales. The witches weaved great firestorms. Leto unleashed a miasma of death and disease. And Seath the Scaleless betrayed his own, and the dragons were no more. Thus began the Age of Fire. But soon the flames will fade, and only dark will remain. Even now, there are only embers. And man sees not light, but only endless nights. And amongst the living are seen carriers of the accursed dark side.
Alright, here we go again. What happened the last run? I don't want to fucking talk about it. Fuck, we have to fight O and S at the beginning? I mean, they're scaled down at least.
regretted that.
Humanities do not drop shit. That dude. Please don't chum. I guess it's just Smo. Arakumo. This is the run, yeah. I actually thought we were gonna make it further in that last run. I can't believe how that ended. It's absurd.
Now.
Inkly? Will we ever see light rolls again? I hope so. I'm sorry, carving.
I'm sorry.
This thing weighs 12. Yeah, it's pretty fucking heavy. Hurt. Can I get a weapon I can use, please, game? Yeah, the stat requirements for this are pretty high.
Well, it's I'll come back soon.
Honestly, dude, I wish there were more firebomb pickups in this game. Firebombs are so fucking good. Like, if I had one single firebomb... Actually, wait, didn't we have firebombs from... Didn't Andre sell some firebombs? I should really buy... If there's ever firebombs available, I should buy them, because... Like, if I had one single firebomb there, I could have just killed all the worms instantly. I'm scared of this guy trapping me. I actually think we can go up this ladder. Maybe. Go up the ladder. Is he gonna... Okay. Go, 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 go. All right, what do we got in place of the Black Knight? Okay, let's just die to the fucking vagrant. Am I light rolling? Oh my god. I don't know though. This mace is not really a good enough weapon. But maybe I should just take what I can get. I don't know. I mean, the mace is good if I can upgrade it. Bro! What the Okay, we've got some cheap souls. That's good. We have... Wait a sec, is that... Hold on a sec. This might actually work out. Assuming it's infinite Titanite. Nice. I don't remember how much you need. Is it 9 or 10? Alright, well. We got a +5 mace. And this is good. I think we just use the +5 mace. We have +70 damage. +5 mace. I think we use this thing and try to kill some bosses now.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Maybe let's go try to kill Sif again. seat there. Yeah, that is kind of scary. I guess we can go to Quelaag first. I don't know, we could try to do Gargs right now, but it's kind of scary. I don't know, man. I have 20 vid, but I don't man, my health bar's... I feel like I'm gonna die so fast still. Quelaag, drop a weapon. Yeah, but I have to kill Quelaag regardless at some point. I mean, the odds are that she probably won't. The thing is, even if we do get another weapon, we have infinite Titanite. So, assuming it's a Titanite weapon, we can upgrade it. We also have 3 Twinklies. No, I've picked up the Dusk Crown Ring a few times. If you pick that shit up, it's so bad. Bro. This is a good run. I would have died if I tried to go down that ladder there. That dragon butt. I don't know, dude. Those enemies are fucking bullshit. Oh god, it's Gwen. Oh, time to test my parries, I guess. I really don't like being poisoned, though. Oh god. Uh... We actually...
All right.
Well, there goes our mace. Need 20 decks to use this, though. Like, it's a lot. I think we should probably just dark Homeward Bone back. The thing is, if I have to climb back up Blighttown, I will never be able to climb back up Blighttown because of the dragon butts. Alright. I mean, yeah, I guess we could check Ceaseless. Maybe Ceaseless could fall. We could maybe make him fall. That's true. Oops. There's another path in Blighttown. Yeah, but you can't go through the gate. Actually, I don't know. Can you go? I guess you can go through the Blighttown gate backwards, but you would need the Blighttown key. Even if you wanted to go down the other path. No, guys. Okay, I will go. Yeah, I will go check, but I'm pretty certain he's not a merchant unless you have the egghead. Can only be opened one way. Okay. Yeah, all he sells is the roster, which he always sells. But if you become an egghead, then he gets new items. Wait, why am I... Oh wait, did I get a fucking... Oh my god, I'm mid-rolling now. Dude, I actually need to learn how to go through the Great Hollow. Because, like... Oh, God. Okay. I mean, we could probably make him fall. I don't know, maybe not. Well, what about here? This path is kind of small. What a fucking bozo. I think Hob got everything set up properly. Oh, hold on. I'll be back in a sec. I gotta go grab something. I'm back. Does this thing upgrade with Titanite as well?
Don't get
All right, well, can use the weapon. I don't know. This thing doesn't seem that great to me, but I guess it's okay. Does the R2 stab yourself or something?
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
No. Bruh. I thought he was just about to backstab me again there. Getting shit on by fucking... Oh my god. Alright. Good. Oh no, 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 not like this, dude. Oh my god, I couldn't even fucking roll again. Oh, this is everything is horrible. I don't know, dude, I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. They all fell on me and staggered me like 4 times in a row. Oh, fuck, dude. I was too greedy, I guess. I don't... Never gonna finish this. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe I should have baited one of the enemies into the elevator so they like despawn or teleport back to their starting spot. And then I could have done like a 1v1. I guess I kind of have to do that. I really don't know. I just didn't think that I don't know. I didn't think that I would die like that. I got stunned for dude, I got stunned for 5 seconds straight. Like the Black Knight fell off the staircase, fell on my head, staggered me. Then the DLC enemy fell off the ledge and staggered me. I was just stunned. I got stunned for so long. I guess I should have been more careful though, since it was a Black Knight and a DLC enemy. They can kill me so fast, which they did. Fuck, man. What do you think about luring them outside? I mean, I could, but the thing is, if two of them are attacking me at the same time, it's so dangerous. Like, all it takes is if they sync their attacks up, and because I mean, you don't. If a Black Knight hits me and it doesn't knock me to the ground, then another enemy can just hit me and kill me, and then just combo you completely. To have them more separated? I don't really think so, though. I mean, all the enemies just relentlessly charge after you. Like, what is fighting them outside? I mean, what is fighting them outside gonna do for me? If they're... I mean, they both run at the same speed. They're just gonna charge me down.
In the age of ancient...
Even if I didn't die there, if I tried to fight both of them at once, I was probably dead regardless. But yeah, I don't know. That was greedy of me. I should have been more careful. I just didn't think I would get stunned and then trapped between two enemies. All right. You can't actually You can't actually plunge attack Stray Demon. I don't think. At least I've tried it before. You can do it on Fire Sage though, funny enough, even though there's never any situation where you would normally be able to actually do that on Fire Sage. Yeah, this knife is decent. There's a skip where you can plunge Fire Sage. I know. That's why I'm saying you can plunge attack him. I'm saying, like, in normal gameplay, there's never any situation in which you would plunge him. Monk quest. Level Vit before any stat. I mean, if I leveled Vit in the previous run, I wouldn't have been able to use the Iaito. I need to be way more I say this so often, but I do tend to get impatient, and I do things that I probably shouldn't.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Okay, I'm dead. Bro, fucking leave me alone. You still chasing? Who is this? We could kill him. Although, well, the lightning is... Oh, we staggered him. Hey, we can proc bleed. Bruh. The bleed is pretty good, actually. That bleed is actually kind of cooking, though. Oh, no. Oh. Missing so many hits. Kinda scary. Like that hit. Alright. Well, goodbye, Ghostblade.
Stranger, stranger, thank you.
I mean, the Uchi's okay, but the thing is, guys, like, there's weapons that are good, but they need upgrades to be good. A +0 Uchi is really not all that great. I mean, it's okay, I guess. It does have bleed, at least. Yo, Jesus Lackey, thank you for the 20 bucks, man. Alright. A little scared, though, because I don't have that much health, but... I think we can get him to I feel like we got lucky last time. I don't know, man. Oh! He is so fast. He might get trapped. I think I got lucky last time, chat. Fuck this. Went the wrong way? Yeah, but I mean, it was luck though. Like, we got lucky last time. It was worth a shot though. Having Crest of Artorias is nice though. We can take an easier path. We can use the Uchi. I mean, now that we have Crest of Artorias, we could go see if we can... I mean, we could try to fight Sif. Go fight the Butterfly. The thing is, Butterfly only gives, like, 3,000 souls. Bro. Did I fucking fall on him? I don't want to just loot stuff, but killing Sif would be good for 40,000 souls. Oh, he died? No, it's not my dog. I don't know, it's just some random GIF I found fucking 12 years ago. You can use spells in this, but you're just... It's not really... If you want to potentially use spells, you would need to level your int and faith. But there's way less spells and catalysts in this game than there are melee weapons. You're like 90... You're probably 5 times more likely to find a melee weapon than a spell casting tool.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Any news on the Nightfall mod? I have no idea.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Oh, this is not a fun enemy to have in this fucking place. Thank you for the 2 months, JV. Sukiabot, thank you for the 32 months. Wow, well, he has no fucking items. What's going on? He has infinite large Titanites. Oh, a Black Knight Great Axe for 20,000? That could be good. It's a high stat requirement, so. I'm gonna buy some arrows just in case I get a bow drop. Oh, he has the FAP?
Don't get your...
I don't know if we should get the FAP yet or not. We should... I don't know. I'm just gonna buy it, whatever. Yeah, I mean, early game is the most important to survive. So... yeah, I mean, it's tempting to wait because of the Dust Crown Ring, but it's just... it gives you so many stats. It's just so... it's so good. I don't know, I want to go try to do Sif, but I'm fucking scared, dude. Bleed procs are so good. Alright, I think we go try... I mean, we have the Crest of Artorias, so I think we try to go to Sif. I'm scared of this DLC enemy.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Dude, I don't even know how to, like... Hey, Nova, thank you so much for the 7 months, man. Hopefully whatever boss we get here can be blood. Because bleed really does carry, like, it... Bleed is actually not bad in this game, on certain bosses. On specific bosses, it's fucking useless, though. Like, if we get a DLC boss here, I'm fucked. Yeah, the demons. Taurus demon, Asylum demon, Stray demon, Fire Sage. Well, we already had Stray demon as Asylum, I guess, but... Capra would be good as well. I don't know if you can bleed Quailag. Is that... What is that? Gwyn? Wait, I don't even have a fucking oh god. I didn't want to use my homeward bone there, but... I do not know how to fight Gwyn if I cannot parry him. Andre has a shield. He has the east-west shield, but this thing kind of fucking sucks. He's probably gonna break my entire stamina. You can parry without a shield, yeah, but I can't block his instant attack with my bare hand. Like, you need to block his instant attack. And the thing is, that instant attack does a fuck ton of stamina damage. I don't know if the east-west shield might be good enough for him. I'm not sure. I'm definitely going to take a lot of chip damage. Dude, can I not bleed the mushroom? I guess not. This is fucking annoying. This guy, dude. They'll always do the jumping attack that way. Yeah, but my weapon does like fucking 2 damage, bro. I'm gonna have to parry Gwyn like 70 times baiting out the jump attack. Like, no thanks. It would probably be more than that. I'd probably have to parry him like 100 times. Oh, fuck. I might have to loot items. I don't know. Why don't I want to upgrade the Uchi? It's not a matter of want, it's a matter of have. I do not have upgrade materials. Dark bead. I have unlimited large titanite I can feed to Frampt. Yeah, but I actually... Even if that is true, I do not have a weapon. Like, I need to get to the gargoyles and beat them before Frampt is gonna appear. I don't know how to fight Gwyn without parrying, no. Not at all. I feel like he's too aggressive. I don't even know if it's... I genuinely don't even know what the strategy would be for Gwyn without parrying him. Crescent Axe is good, but I don't know, 16 Faith is kinda ass. I mean, even if you're in full Havels, Gwyn still fucking shits on you. I mean, I guess in the no-hit run, they probably parry him, riposte, and then run away and just bait the jump attack over and over again, which I've never done that strat because, well, I speedran this game and it didn't matter if I blocked an attack. Oh no. Dude, the FAP ring is fucking super nice though, I will say. Is there fucking DLC? Oh, right. Oh, jeez. Dude, they barely move when you kick them. What the fuck? This slime, I'm not even kidding. This slime could grief me. Other guys here. God, dude. I'm in physical fucking pain. I mean, I don't know. I'm getting impatient, whatever. Just, oh, Jesus. It's fine. It's fine. Just go. I didn't know what enemy was gonna be in the tunnel there. Oh! Oh! I don't know what my plan is now. I guess we could try to go kill Gwen. I guess, well... we should try to kill... I guess we should try to do Gargs. Oh no. Dude, I forgot I didn't fucking talk to this guy. I forgot I didn't- dude, I thought I talked to this guy already. I just wanted to check his shop. Oh my god. Well...
Come again.
I wanna cry. Why am I so stupid, dude? Bro. Damage. Dude, what the fuck? Alright. I think... this is a risky maneuver, chat. I think it might be Taurus. Oh, you think it's Sif? Yeah, I think you're right. Oh, we're gonna be here a while, Chad. I cannot afford to get hit too much here, though. Bro, how am I missing? Oh god. This is fucking miserable. I did do this to myself. That's true. If I wasn't missing so many fucking hits, he would be a lot lower right now. It's just so hard to hit him. Like, how is that a miss, dude? I guess I should aim. Only I had some resin.
I like.
Getting good damage. All right, we're getting there. This is my punishment for throwing away the blacksmith giant hammer. We're getting good practice for Sif at least. I should have went for that. Nah, the boss can't fall here. Whatever, we're getting there. It's not exactly the situation I wanted to be in, but... Bruh. Oh my god, bro, that's not okay! Don't fucking do that! Oh my god. Ugh. Lautrec? Dude, it's so annoying killing Quelaag first, cause yeah. Dude, I don't know though, no, I didn't fucking kill, I can't kill Lautrec, chat! Lautrec doesn't fucking get freed until I kill gargoyles, so no, I didn't fucking kill Lautrec, but like... I don't wanna oh my god. I don't know, this is so ass, dude. I don't even know. I don't know. I don't even know what to do. Like, if I have to go back through this area... Oh... I don't even have any homeward bones. Oh, I don't know, man. I feel like I need to just try to kill the gargoyles at the start of every run, because this situation is so cancer. It's like, ring the bell. You either fucking ring the bell and then the firekeeper dies. Or you have to go through this place twice. I mean, I can dark sign, it's just... Turn with Black Knight Great Axe? I mean, I could, but I need to level up. I need like 100,000 souls before I can use the Black Knight Great Axe. Because that thing fucking requires million stats. It's just... like... Also, if the Firekeeper dies, that Firelink is gonna be fucked for the rest of the entire run. Because the thing is, I can't invade that guy unless I have the... what is it? The Red Eye Stone? Or the... It's not that bad? What do you mean it's not that bad? It's horrible. Every single time I have to run from Undead Parish. Like... oh, the Black Orb, sorry, yeah. It's... whatever. Isn't the Black Eye Orb drop guaranteed? Oh, maybe it is. I don't know. I guess we'll just ring the bell and just have her fucking die. I mean, I could just not ring the bell after I kill Quelaag. But that means that I'm gonna have to go down to Blighttown a second time. But I guess it doesn't take that long to run back. Firekeepers. Oh shit.
Thou art welcome. I... Thou art welcome.
Oh wait, do you always get this catalyst from her body? That's interesting. It's a really high stat requirement. Hold on, chat. I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be back in a sec. Okay, I'm back. Why do I make pauses so often? Because I feel like it, and I will take a break when I want to. Ooh, Homeward Bones! And Purple Moss Clump. We should probably buy some of those. Wait, what else does he have? Dark Fog, Falchion, Demon Titanite.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna buy.
Thank you.
I don't even know how rezzing her works. Does it matter which Firekeeper soul you have? I guess it does. Oh, I'm feeling very despair right now, chat. Oh no. That's not what I wanted. I'm so fat. Oh, I'm feeling so hopeless for this run, dude. Like, I don't even know what the fuck to do right now. Jump off.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Oh, cage key. That's actually good. Maybe we should just go to Sen's Fortress. No, we lost our fab. No. Oh, God. Now I need to keep the ring. No, I mean, if I need to use a ring, like if I need to fight 4 kings, I'm just gonna equip the ring. And then switch it back after. I probably shouldn't have rested at that bonfire. Back to the mace. The thing is, I think we have infinite... We have infinite large shards, right? So... We could go feed... Because if you feed Pramp the large shards, like it turns into normal shards, right? Get any weapon to +10? I don't have the large ember, so no, I can't. Fine. Do I have any armor?
Don't get yourself.
That's better. 17.6. Does he have gloves? I don't want the fucking thorn gauntlets. Yeah, this is so much effort to fucking upgrade a weapon. Okay, the question is, like, what do we do? Do we just rush through Sen's fortress with the +5 mace? Thing is, we don't have the... Man, getting the weapon smith box would be so amazing. Hey, Tech Debt, thank you for the 2 months, man. I don't know why I looted that.
Very well. Chosen undead. Your fate is to succeed the great Lord Gwyn, so that you may link the fire, cast away the dark, and undo the curse of the undead. To this end, you must visit Anor Londo and acquire the Lord Vessel.
Okay.
I am... Is it...
Oh. Purging stones are worth 5,000 or 1,000 apiece. I guess purging stones could, guess they could still be useful. Did I loot the bomb here? Alright, guys. I think we're just gonna go to Sen's Fortress. You die when you get cursed. Yeah, but if... I mean, I guess the only situation I could see is if I'm fighting Seath in, like, an enclosed area. And I'm getting a bunch of curse buildup. Could potentially be useful to reduce the buildup. Sounds sleepy? Thanks, man. Bro, oh, gross. I'm dead. Fuck away from me, bro. Oh my god, please. I kind of fucked up there. Fucking DLC enemies. Oh. Time to go into the boulder. I do fire damage with my kicks. Wait, why is that? Why is it doing that? Does the orange chartering do that? Didn't move, right? God, I guess you can hear it when it moves, at least. Just moved right there. Wait, did it? Did it move to the... Okay, I guess it's going the other way now.
Toilet, bitch.
Oh my god, I thought I would... Dude, holy fuck, I'm so slow. I could barely make it through there. Maybe this guy has a good weapon, though. Come on, buddy. Give me something good. Soul. Oh, look what it is, chat.
Go along, try and make split.
Don't mind if I do.
There you go, another break.
Did he have humanity? At 1. He also sells Titanite shards. Oh, 1 large shard breaks into 3. Or... Wait, no, 5. Because I broke up 9. I didn't realize... Oh, that's nice. Didn't realize you got so many. Moonlight Greatsword, we can't really use that.
Nothing at all.
Yeah, I need a lot of strength to use the Murakumo, though.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
And I can try to go for it. Because we're close. Oh, is there Mask of the Father there? tree. Firebomb the tree. Crystal Greatsword. That's actually a pretty good weapon. Probably just go to the boss now. Yeah, this weapon's pretty fucking good. All the crystal you know, I haven't actually seen the crystal halberd yet. Crystal halberd's really good too. Nah, the crystal weapons don't actually break that fast. I mean, they'll break if you're using it to kill like every enemy. And, like trying to do an entire playthrough with it. I mean, we can use the cage key. I don't think it really matters. I mean, I guess if we find... I guess we should activate it. Oh my god. Oh, I don't like this. What is the boss? I didn't... Hold on. I mean, I'm okay doing ONS. I just... I just want to use my humanity to get Tenestus. They can fall easily. Yeah, probably. Hey, D-Man, thank you for the 2 months, dude. All right. Oh my god. They almost just fucking shit on me. I feel like we should maybe go for smoke. Bro. What the fuck? What? I mean, yeah. I guess I got fucking baseball batted off the fucking arena, dude. I guess I'm fucking dead. Ugh. Bro. Oh my god. I don't think that they can fall. I don't think that they could actually fall off in that arena. Fuck, man.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
I mean, Iron Golem can fall, but it's like a scripted fall. Oh, I'm certain that they can't fall there, because there were multiple times that they already should have fallen off. I'm almost certain. I don't think they can fall. How far did that hammer drag me on the ground? Like, was I close to the ledge even? Not really. You guys say yes, but I was in the dead, like, bruh, what do you, I mean, I was literally in the center of the path. Like, yeah, I'm close to the ledge, but like, I can't only, I don't know, fuck, what the fuck, dude. Maybe it's better to focus Ornstein. God, I don't know, that's so fucked. Hold on, I think something's wrong with the rando. One sec. I don't know if it actually randoed properly. Alright, what do we got? Alright, I'm gonna go get a snack. Sorry, I'm kind of hungry still. I need to go get something to eat. I'll be right back. Enjoy the intro, chat.
In the age of ancients, the world was unformed, shrouded by fog. A land of grey crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons. But then there was fire. And with fire came disparity. Heat and cold, life and death, and of course, light and dark. Then from the dark they came and found the souls of lords within the flame. Nito, the first of the dead. The Witch of Izalith and her daughters of Chaos. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, and his faithful knights. And the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten. With the strength of lords, they challenged the dragons. Gwyn's mighty bolts peeled apart their stone scales. The witches weaved great firestorms. Nito unleashed a miasma of death and disease. And Seath the Scaleless betrayed his own, and the dragons were no more. Thus began the Age of Fire. But soon the flames will fade, and only dark will remain. Even now, there are only embers. And man sees not light, but only endless nights. And amongst the living are seen carriers of the accursed dark side.
Alright, I'm back. I got some nuts.
Yes, indeed. The dark sign brands the undead, And in this land, the undead are corralled.
Got some
and
honey
led to the
roasted
north,
peanuts.
where they are locked away to await the end of the world.
Will I still be able to light roll with this? No. Of course not. I don't even have anything that's like heavy at all.
Awesome choice, stranger.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
Damn, why is this dude so tanky? Is he? Weird. Oh, she's blowing up. Oh, this is... Ah. Please stop. Oh my god. Stop fucking puking! Bro, the entire arena's gonna be full soon. Jesus, girl. I don't know if we loot or not. I guess I'm going to. Fuck it.
But I hear. No. Oh, very well. Now.
Ooh. Hey, 5 black firebombs. I'll take that. He's got a scimitar.
Come again.
Those could come in handy. You never know. Oh, shit. We're fapping. Oh god, that's okay. We just need a good weapon. We can mid-roll. Dried finger with a dragon butt. Oh no. It's okay. We have a lot of equip load. I don't think we're gonna end up giga fat in this run. I think we'll be okay.
Come back soon.
Junk. Cast light and hidden body.
Welcome home, Russian one.
Hey, Ali, thank you for the 28 months. Thank you very much. The dude sold his staff, yeah, for 500,000. These guys. Want that item. All right, one more jump. I look heavy, I am heavy. Fucking massive. Why does this guy have fall protection? Ooh. Well, that's good. I'm not gonna try to grab that. Yeah, we do always find the... It's weird that we always end up finding this specific Lord Soul. Alright. This is really good though, dude. The FAP ring is such a good find early on. That really helps us. Ooh, that's good. We found the Lord Vessel early one time so far. There was one run where I got the Lord Vessel like early. I really hope Andre has a weapon we can use. Coming through.
Welcome home, Mission.
Can I cut its tail? Getting shit on. I'm fucking trying, chat. I'm trying my best. I didn't want to fucking jump attack, bro. Ooh. Mmm. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, man.
Take time, Everett.
I mean, I guess we just buy both and just start killing shit.
I'll be seeing it.
The thing is, chat, there's still a chance when I kill the boss that the weapon is gonna get replaced, but I mean, it's just a risk that we have to take, I guess. Can buy infinite halberds? No. I'm just trying to think, like, should we loot any more stuff before we... Maybe it's a good idea to loot a little bit more. Oh, fuck. God, this dragon is so loud. I don't really know what else to loot, though. I don't know. Fuck it, man. I'm just going. Havel's ring worth it? I don't know, man. Thing is, chat, if we pick up the Dust Crown ring or the Calamity ring, we need to get rid of it. God, the damage is so good. Alright, we're gonna be careful. That was greedy of me. Should have just waited. It's okay. Oh man, it's amazing having a fucking weapon that just has. Enjoy it while it lasts, yeah. Yeah. This is a different randomizer than the one Ella did. I assume that's why you guys are talking about the cat AI or whatever. Yeah, this randomizer works a lot better. What is that? Pinwheel? Oh, hell yeah. Okay, wait. Oh no, I don't like this. How do you know which one? Bro, I don't even know how you know which one is the real one. Is it fucking this guy? All right.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Hey, Pancata, thank you for the Prime sub. Ellie, thank you. Alright, what's this bozo got? More homeward bones. Zweihander? Not bad.
Thou art welcome anytime.
Okay, maybe this was a little overkill on the HP, but we've got the Crystal Halberd. Let's go down to Firelink. And I guess we'll do Quelaag. Hopefully we don't get an item that replaces our Halberd. All right. Firekeeper saved.
I like it.
I'm not taking that item. It's not worth the risk. Can you drop something important? I don't think so. I hope not. Oh, Jesus Christ. Does this just heal for nothing? Yeah, probably because I have 1300 health. Why do I have so much health? I have the Ring of Favor and Protection. This has actually been such, like, a lucky run. Getting Fap Ring and then Crystal Halberd. Is that butterfly? Can the magic missiles track me? Like... Oh. Well, thank you. All right, this is looking good. All right. Well, we'll go see what Ceaseless is. Oh yeah, 14 out of 20 durability already. That's not great. I don't know at what point the weapon becomes at risk.
Stranger, thank you.
Yeah, the Zweihander would be good if I actually get Titanite shards. I mean, if I find large shards, then I can basically get... Or if I find infinite large shards or infinite chunks, then I can get normal Titanite still. You had green shards to break down. Oh, do green shards break down into regular? I've to be honest, I've never actually really used ramped for that stuff. Oh, the green is the same as the large. Well, that's good. It's actually really good. I don't know, man. I mean, we have a good weapon, but I don't... You can jump off. Yeah. Oh, I don't know, I'm kind of scared, but... Watch carefully, this is a master throw at work. I'm scared, dude. I mean, the thing is, if we're gonna... He jumps all over, yeah. Yeah, I know he can fall, I'm just scared. I'm just scared because of my mid-roll. I'm just afraid if I aggro him and try to run that way and he fire breaths, I might actually just die. I feel like I need him to do that move. Alright, we got him. I mean, we have a lot of health. He doesn't do that much damage, at least. At what point in the run do things stop being scary? Never. Bro. I don't know if I should. Oh. I mean, dude, I don't even know, like, what am I doing right now? Should I go to Suns? I don't know where I should go. I want to check the merchant, but I'm scared. Really scared of this dragon bud. Oh. Okay. A million? Okay. Soul of Gwendolyn. Ooh. Oh! Oh, this is really good.
Thank you.
Can actually upgrade weapons to +5 now. I mean, if we want it, if our only goal is to do Taurus, we should go through the Valley of Drakes, I think. Or, well, we don't have to go through the Valley of Drakes. We can go through Parish, but... yeah, this is all bosses. Yeah, we could go try to fight Sif, I guess. Maybe we do Taurus and then we do Sif. Inflate our boss PB. As a drop. Not forced into your inventory. Yeah, it's 10,000 souls. Not bad. Repair crystal weapons with upgrades. I don't know. What do the crystal weapons even upgrade with? Chunks? I actually don't even know. I didn't even think you could upgrade them. I thought that was the whole thing. I didn't even know you could upgrade them. I thought they were just strong by default. I don't have any chunks anyways. I think this NPC... I don't think that the loot from that NPC gets put in your inventory. Well, something went in my inventory, so I don't know. Maybe that might have been a bad idea. Why? What is going on? Why is there a Hydra shooting at me? Okay, he can actually hit me. That's fucked. Bro, like... How am I missing? Oh my god. What the fuck, dude? I almost just died. That was really close. Yeah, I mean, we can try to kill the Hydra and, like, go through the normal way. Our weapon durability is already at 10. It's actually not going to last that much longer. Can plunge him for half his health. You can't plunge Stray Demon. You can only plunge Asylum and Fire Sage. Doesn't actually work on Stray. I mean, I need a chunk, but I can't. If I try to loot a chunk, then I'm fucked. I have a chunk. I have white Titanite chunk and blue. But I need normal. Could fight to the undead merchant to check for chunks. Yeah. Oh, I don't really want to go back, but maybe we shouldn't waste our durability here. Can you make a normal chunk with Framped? I don't think so. How would you plunge attack Fire Sage? Well, you're not normally ever supposed to be able to plunge attack Fire Sage. But in the speed run, you can actually clip through the elevator shaft above him and plunge attack him. Yeah, you can only do that skip in Prepare to Die edition. Dude, I fucking hate this dragon butt being here. I mean, we can, oh wait, hold on, let me talk to Framped. We can get weapons to +5 now, which is really good.
Very well. Farewell.
Got 30 Titanite shards now. Can you downgrade the halberd from crystal to +10? I don't think you can do it with crystal. Dude, I don't, like, these enemies scare me so much. I need him to fall. Alright, whatever. We're past him. Let's just Let's just move forward. Come on. Bro. What are these hitboxes, man? Maybe I should just parry him. Oh no. What was that? What just fucking hit me? Was that him? Bro, wait, why can't I block him? What the fuck is going on? Okay, what you got, Mr. Merchant? Any chunks? Oh, he's got slabs, which we could turn into chunks. That's good. Oh, and infinite fire bombs. Oh, a guardian soul. He's got a great axe. That could be okay, I guess. Mask of the Mother.
Thank you, kind.
What's my equip load? It's not. Pants are still too heavy. Although there's black leather boots. Right, so that's 4.2. 4.2 versus... It's like 15. What, 15.1? So I'm gonna gain 11 equip load. That'll be like 18. That's still not gonna be enough.
Yeah, right.
The wooden shield. Yeah. I don't know. Is it worth getting light roll right now? Because I think if we buy the mask and the pants and the shield, I think we'll be light roll.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Oh, I come.
Oh, it's kind of sucks though, not having any Estus. It's like if I... Well... Go from the forest? Well, the problem is the Hydra, right? Where even is this fucking Hydra? Like, what the fuck was that? What even... On the bridge? Oh, shit. All right, let's upgrade the halberd. Well, we have 2 slabs. It's okay. Do I need the very large ember to upgrade this thing, though? Or is crystal different? I don't know at what point does a weapon become at risk? Because we're at 7 durability. Yeah, I know you need the embers to go past the thresholds. I think we probably should just upgrade it. I mean, we're already at 7 durability. It's only 35%.
Oi.
Oh, yeah, I'm not fucking upgrading it twice, chat. Okay. I don't know how long this weapon is gonna last us, though. Right. We don't want to go this way. Surely we don't lose a run with a health bar as big as this. Probably not yet. But once we have to start looting stuff is when things are gonna go south.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
Fucking Seath, dude. I mean, dude, I don't want to cut its tail. Go above? Can I go above, though? Because isn't that... I don't think I can get up there. Oh yeah, no, you're right. Okay, no fucking shot. I don't even think I can kill him. It's taking damage. I don't see a health bar. Oh, never mind. It's below. Wait, is this guy gonna drop something, though? Fucking cooking my durability here. I feel like maybe I don't need to kill this guy, but we're committed to it at this point. Maybe he doesn't... this is supposed to be the, like, invulnerable one, so I might not even be able to kill him. Oh. Please don't drop a fucking weapon. I don't think it respawns. Oh, I can't go through the gate though. Oh, what is going on? What the fuck is that? Oh, that's the height. This is good. Dude, I don't know. This is so fucking sketch. Dude, I don't know. I fucking hate that. Ugh. Go upstairs, she'll attack through the gate. Alright, let's see if that's true. Ah, dude, this is so jank. I don't even know what's happening. Am I hitting it? Bro, this is so fucking scuffed! Problem is, he's like right on the edge of the loading zone, so he's like vanishing. He's almost dead. Dead? Okay.
Holy shit, this is so hot. "13 durability." I kind of want to just activate the ladder here. Okay. I guess we'll go do Taurus now that the Hydra's dead.
No, Hydra replaced the Hellkite Drake, for sure. The door from the Sun Altar. Yeah. That's true, but the Hydra's dead now, so it's not that big of a deal. My helm is the heaviest? My helm is 1.2. Thing is, like, everything is fucking peachy right now, but eventually we are gonna have to start looting shit, and then, well, yeah, then the suffering begins. Pretty sure we could get this guy to jump off. Got a little too far away there. Okay. We could go see what Sif is. Open the bridge gate. I mean, we can always just come back this way. We don't really need to open the gate right now. There's not really much of a point. Yeah, we probably didn't need to kill that mosquito. I think we're at like 12 durability right now. Not too bad. What is with this? It's so slippery. Okay, that's not what I expected. All right, what's gonna be? I'm not sure. Oh shit. All right. Oh, good thing we didn't get... Wait, is that... Well, I'm back to mid-rolling, but that's okay. I think we can actually level up. Well, fuck. We need like 76 equip load, which is too much. I don't think it's worth buying Havel's ring.
Don't get yourself.
How could it not be worth? Because at some point in the run, we are most likely going to pick up the Dust Crown ring, which is going to put us at half health. Or we're going to pick up the Calamity ring, which makes us take double damage. Or maybe we'll pick up fucking both at the same time, if we're insanely unlucky. And if we get those rings, we need to be able to get rid of them. I think we just stick... We probably just stick to the mid-roll for now. I think we're okay on HP. I mean, we could always get more, but once we start looting shit, we're gonna need the stats to use these weapons. Alright, well, we're 2020. It's pretty good. I mean, 30 HP is definitely okay right now, especially because we have FAP ring. Like, our health bar is pretty fucking massive right now. And we have the Mother's Mask, yeah, for even more HP. It's actually crazy. Oh god. I'm baiting this guy into the axes. I'm not looting anymore. Well, I'm gonna have to loot. I'm just trying to get as many bosses killed as I can. Oh my god, it doesn't even... Oh, there we go. We're at 10 durability, which is not great, but we can probably just kill the boss up ahead. I'm thinking we kill the boss up ahead, and then we probably upgrade at the giant blacksmith, I guess. Come on. We could probably boulder skip, but I don't want to risk it. Dude, the Iron Golem boss fight is actually kind of fucked in this rando though. I've died multiple times there because it's like it's actually really scary. There's some bosses. Dude, I thought for a second he might hit me, like stagger me off the ledge there. I would have fucking crashed out if that happened. I was like pretty sure that there was enough distance for that not to happen, but... I guess we'll get this bonfire. I don't know, like I kind of don't want to grab this bonfire, but There's no way I'm making it all the way to ONS without resting at a bonfire, I don't think. Yeah, the weapon smith box is such an important item to find. Oh. Ooh. Pants? Wait, the pants are what's heavy right now, right?
Go along, try and make banana.
Time to cheat? Yeah.
There you go, another braid. Hit the... Go along.
All right.
Make...
Okay, Priscilla and the firebombs. All right. Capper had about 17 health. If he hits me off that ledge though, Kemi, I'm fucking dead. If I fall the wrong way. This is the durability saving strat, chat. Oh my god, I almost fucking cut off her tail. Loot now that you have firebombs. Yeah, I mean, you say that, but it take like you have to. What happens when I cut off the tail? Well, I get a random item which might replace my halberd. Look at how big that HP bar is. Yeah, we have the FAP we have the FAP ring And we have the Mask of the Mother. I mean, the thing is, chat, the firebombs are great, but like, if I want to get the firebombs, I have to go all the way through Sen's Fortress, or like back to Sen's Fortress, just to buy them. Bro, what the fuck is this enemy? Dude, fuck off! Oh, this one's at 10 by default. I didn't know that. More HP? For when we inevitably lose the Fappering? As a Firekeeper, so it's 10 by default. Oh, right. I see. Strength for equipment. I mean, we have 20 strength, but yeah, we could probably get a bit more. Come here, Mr. Rat. I do not like this part one bit. Okay. I don't know. The mini boss here can drop an item. Yeah, he can. I guess we should probably... Should probably grab the bonfire at the bottom here. Wheel check. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be mindful of that. And this crystal halberd is just carrying us so fucking hard. You need to drop it. I mean, we're not gonna have this crystal halberd forever. It is letting us get far into the game right now, though. There's a ghost up there. Well, the thing is that at a certain point, I'm gonna have to start looting stuff, chat. Like, I don't have... Do I even have a single... Oh yeah, I did get one soul shard. I haven't found the Lord Vessel, though. I don't know if we should grab this bonfire. I mean, I guess... Just gotta make it to the front door, yeah. That's okay. Sanctus, Hotel, poison arrows. A lot of throwing knives. More homeward bones. Repair powder doesn't work on crystal weapons though, does it? Alright. Well, I guess we'll just upgrade it one more time and... Jesus Christ. Was that the one that killed me before? Oh. Or is there one on this side as well? No. Well. Let's open the gate. Alright, let's just go fight ONS. I mean, this is great and all, like we're getting a lot of bosses, but once we start looting, who knows what's gonna happen. I feel like I might have leveled up my HP too much. I don't really know what like a good amount of stats is to potentially I'm not sure like how much strength and dex I should have.
Toilet bitch.
All right. Oh, is that Nito? Never seen this cutscene before, not like this. Bruh. I'm dead? No, I'm fine. Dude, how am I fucking missing him? Jesus Christ. That it? Is there another fight? Oh god. Easy. Do the slam, man. Well, it was a good run. We've been downgraded. We can upgrade it, yeah.
Thou hast journeyed far and overcome hither. O chosen undead, I am Guinevere.
We can teleport now? Yeah, about that.
And queen of sunlight since the day I
Oh!
beseech thee. Thou
Okay.
shalt endeth this eternal twilight and avert further undead sacrifice.
That's pretty good. Alright. Now, the real challenge begins. Kill her? Yeah, I guess we could have killed her. Maybe something like that. Alright, well, it's time to go. I mean, I don't actually know, like, we need to start looting stuff. I don't really want to pop too many humanities though, because they are also useful as healing. I mean, our stats are like decent now, so we actually do damage because of scaling. Oh, fuck's sakes. They actually chase, okay. We might be fine now. No, I don't have the painted doll. Or whatever it's called. Okay, we have a chained prisoner stuck on the staircase somewhere. I mean, the Lord Vessel could be in the painting. Okay. Alright, I mean, there's a ton of items. Like, we could upgrade the halberd, but I think we probably just start looting stuff while we're here. Dude, this fucking chained prisoner is annoying as fuck. That jump attack is terrifying. Alright, let's just go back. Just go up the stairs. I'm gonna loot the item up here. Unfortunate. Mushroom. So scared, dude. Ah, he's blocking the way now. My damage is so bad. How much do black fire bombs do? Oh, maybe I shouldn't use black fire bombs. I don't know, like, I don't need to kill this guy. The greedy person in me wants to just not kill this guy, but then I'm also just... I don't know. I'm scared. Crescent axe, so that's a good weapon. Can't use it though, because I don't have 16 faith. Oh yeah, there is the chest behind the blacksmith. I guess we should grab that. Yeah, we got a really OP weapon salad. We haven't looted that much stuff though. Dude, I'm really sketched out right now. I probably, if I was just... Okay, I'm gonna come back. Dude, I don't know. I'm afraid I'm gonna get trapped in the corner with the shroom, like, punching me. Oh, this is not good. That could have been very bad. Is there a chest in the boss room up top? after the elevator. Thought that's in DS3. Am I being griefed by chat? I was gonna say, I don't remember there ever being any loot up here, but just thought maybe I forgot. Nice. That kind of made my like, like I know you can fall there, but it still kind of scared me. Bro. Why is this fucking guy still here, dude? Alright, we'll bait out one more attack and then we go. Bro, why am I stuck in his... Alright. Upgrade it a bit. I mean, I have to go to the giant blacksmith to upgrade it. It's... I don't know, like the thing is, Chad, unless I'm planning on going to kill a boss... Well, I mean, I can upgrade it. We have enough Titanite shards to upgrade it, so we might as well, but... Is there another drop in the painting room? I thought it's just the one... Is there 2 items in there? I thought it was just the one that you dropped down. Next to the painting. Oh, I don't really want to go back in that room though. Does this guy drop an item? The thing is, this could be the Izalith one, and he could... I wonder if the Izalith one could actually kill me in one hit with the jump attack. The Izalith one is like the strongest. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the chests underground because there's a lot of loot there. There's a ton of loot in this section. Well, I kind of made a mistake here. Probably should have killed everything with the claymore and then started looting. Well, we have black fire bombs at least. Although they're not very good against this dog. This is so scuffed. Throwing knives are better. Oh yeah, that's probably true. God, I bought some of those. Leo ring? No, you can't two-hand your left hand in this game. Sadly. How much do the throwing knives do? Do they proc bleed? Yeah, they're fucking trash. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, well, I don't have a I don't have a fucking weapon, chat. Okay. I don't know. This room is fucked as well. We can use our fire bombs though. Oh, holy shit! I mean, Chloranthy is nice, although it puts me one ring closer to... Oh wait, right, we lost the... Oh. Right. I actually thought we only had the FAP on still. Well, goodbye FAP. Hey, it served us well at least. Dude, I really need to find a weapon I can use, chat.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
That's good. Little great sword action. I don't know. The question is though, like what? Just keep it? Yeah, but the thing is, if I want to keep it, I have to stop looting. And if I'm gonna stop looting, then what boss am I gonna fight next? I'm curious how much damage this does. I want to know his power level. Why? Because I want to know which fucking one it is. It's not completely fucking thrown now. I actually don't really know how to fight these guys very well. How much do the black fire bombs do? That's okay. You can tell. I mean, the problem is their hitboxes are just so... Like, it's just really it's possible he can just get me pinned with his body against the wall here. That was good damage. Shadow garb. How much do these backstabs do? I want to go upgrade the greatsword. I don't know, like... I think this guy is gonna chase me into the giant blacksmith. Maybe not. I don't want to kill stuff if I don't have to, but at the same time, I don't want to get greedy. Like, yeah, they're coming. Come on, man. For situations like this, I really would want to, like, quit out, to be honest, but... I won't. My god, dude. Oh, I wish dude, the weaponsmith box is so important. I just want to fucking upgrade my weapon. No, you fucking don't. No, you fucking don't, dude. All right. I don't know. There's a few... There's a few items, like, I kind of want to just loot everything in Anorlando. But I'm probably going to get the greatsword replaced. Could fight Gwendolyn. I need the ring to fight Gwendolyn. Not if I just kill Guinevere.
Thou that tarnisheth the godmother's image, I am Gwendolyn, thy transgression shall not go unpunished. Thou shalt perish in the twilight of Anor Londo.
I don't know, we should, I mean, I guess we'll try to kill Gwendolyn. See what it is.
Heretic. First thou offendeth the Godmother, and now thou see fit to trample upon the tomb of the great Lord. I am the Dark Sun, Gwendolyn. Let the atonement for thy felonies commenceth.
Okay. Funny we have the Leo ring again. So bright here. Slightly sus.
Upon thee.
All right. There's a chest we could loot here. I don't know if we should. One step closer to Calmeet's ring. Yeah. Yeah. Wow, 1337 HP. Beautiful. Stop upgrading HP. Don't tell me what to do. You don't know me. I mean, how many items do we even have left in this zone? Not that many, I don't think. There's like a few items that we missed in the ONS area. Could be the Lord vessel, though. Oh, this fucking bozo's here now.
So it was you, was it? How dare you produce a blade upon a deity? How did you ever get this far? I shall end your suffering here and now.
I don't know,
It's
this...
the least that I can do.
I'm kinda scared of this girl.
You print money.
I like money.
She can do so much damage with the parry.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
We just want to... If she's blocking like that, then I think she can parry us. But if she's attacking, then I think we're fine. Come on.
How? This woman is a threat.
Oh wait, these enemies despawn though. Oh wait, that's actually so nice. I forgot about that. Kill the giant blacksmith. No. Just no. That's actually so nice that you can despawn the enemies like this.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me. Okay. There's a few mimics. All right, so yeah, I think the strat here is we just need to kill everything here, and then we'll loot the rest of the stuff. I think is the plan. We looted all the stuff down there, and oh wait, actually, wait, did we kill? Oh yeah, we did kill the dog. So that's the mimic.
We looted the 2 chests in there. Is there any other stuff? I think there's one more item here. Nothing there. All right. Nice this weapon doesn't like bonk on the walls. His steppy stomps actually do a lot of damage. You don't have to roll this, but I'm just kind of scared. Chest. Alright, there's one more item in here. We're gonna be careful this time, though. We actually are starting to get a lot of defense. I don't even know if I should kill this guy. Probably don't need to anymore. Well. Blocking the way, though. That's okay. Oops. Very large ember. Damn. Okay. Well, that's like the last item. I'm pretty sure we got everything. So I guess it's back to Firelink. Oh, there is one item in the rafters. That's true. I guess we could go loot that. And there's like 2 chests at the start of the game as well. You missed chest in the room. I don't think I missed any chest. But maybe I did. Should we upgrade the broadsword again? Oh my god, I'm gonna dude, in this run I'm gonna end up going to the fucking blacksmith like 100 times. It's a very mid weapon. Well, we can get, I mean, we can get so many Titanite shards, it doesn't really matter. We just have to go to Framped. Alright, time to get out of this fucking place. Well, almost. We have a few more items to loot and then we're basically done with Anorlando, so that's good. Oh wait, no. That was the wrong direction. Hello. Not concerning at all. There goes my fucking broadsword. Yeah, I mean, if we could find the weaponsmith box, we would be in really, really good shape for this run. Because if we have the weaponsmith box, then we can actually start upgrading, like, any weapon we find, and we don't have to spend that much time doing it. At least, you know what, once you actually start getting some stats, the scaling on weapons definitely helps a bit. I mean, this isn't that much, but plus 39 damage from my strength and dex is helping. Or plus 54. Wait, why is it higher now? Huh? Oh, I was two-handing. Right, I'm stupid. I didn't realize what I did. Oh. Racked round shield. Oh, fuck. Hey, I'm light rolling at least. I do have black fire bombs, that's true. But yeah, I can't use this fucking bonfire. That's fine. We're gonna take the gargoyles back anyways. I think... Can't remember if, what's-his-face was selling a weapon. The Black Firebomb Merchant, whatever his name is. Crestfallen. Crossbow? Man, we actually could have used a well, crossbows are fucking terrible, so... If I had bought bolts... I don't think I have the cage key. We have large and very large ember, though. That's cool. There's a few items that we didn't loot here. I didn't loot that item either. Hawk ring for my crossbow, yeah. I think there's like 2 items up at the top of the tower here. I'm gonna have to kill an invader though, or a NPC. The firebomb should be fine though. Alright, dude. You're stressing me out. Do not want to be trapped with Havel swinging at me. Okay, alright, that's fine. Honestly, we probably don't actually need to kill him. But I guess we'll do it anyways. Guys, I don't have a fucking melee weapon, alright? Lured him to a ledge and backstabbed him. I mean, maybe. I don't really know what ledge could have used, though. Did I loot the item below the merchant? No. I didn't loot anything here. I guess because I had the crystal halberd. Don't mind if I do. Oh yeah, let's buy some more large shards from this guy as well. Yeah, he's got the silver tracer, but I mean, I guess we could buy it. It is still a weapon. Oh, we don't have enough decks, though.
So you're that good?
Buy bolts. Oh, yeah. It's a good idea.
Go along, try and make some.
Once we find the Lord Vessel, we're gonna be, like, cooking so hard. Alright. Is there any other items? I can't remember. There's like an enemy. Is that there might be one more item? I don't know. There's like an enemy over that skeleton there. Is there an item by that guy? I don't think so. you not aim this fucking thing? Bruh. Nice. Dude, I don't know. I really don't like this. Use the blades. Yeah. Drop to the bridge below. Yeah, I guess I could. I'm not used to going through this backwards. It's like kind of scaring me. I'm sure it's fine. Like, it's not really any different. Oops. Divine Ember. Full of snow? Eye of Death. What's Pinwheel here? Did it come back this direction? I don't know. I'm gonna wait a sec. Alright, well, we gotta... There's a few more items we can loot. Did it move? I really don't like trying to get on this elevator. Ooh. I should probably just not do that. Do the boulders switch if I come down here? Like, I don't know how the lever... Doesn't seem like it. I don't know how, like, the lever switching works. Another merchant. Ooh, a melee weapon. Nice. Got ourselves a spear. All right, the only spot left to check, I guess, is the ball, where the balls stack up. Okay, you can see it just moved. No, I didn't check the tar pit. The thing is this thing... Did this thing even fill up? Because I'm not close to it? Oh, it did. Okay. Nice. Where is it? Where's the fucking ball going now? Oh, it's switched. Oh yeah, it's switched here now. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Damn, this damage is shit. I guess they're weak to strike. I think they're like really resistant to thrust. Okay, this is chill. Still a little slime. Mask of the Child. Great Scythe, okay. I mean, that's good. Bruh. I think it's just those two items and then going up the ladder. I don't think these guys drop anything. This guy dropped something. I don't think it's worth picking up. Oh god, dude, there's a fucking Giga Shroom in there. Oh, he fell down from before. I don't know. I probably don't need to kill this guy. Alright, well, we're almost done looting sins. This run is looking pretty good, chat. But, I mean, I don't know, anything can happen. Like, yeah, it's looking good, but... Bruh. Fucking Moonlight Greatsword. There's no item to pick up here, is there? Does this guy drop an item? I can't remember. Well, he normally drops like a chunk. This guy doesn't drop anything. Alright, well, we're free from the funhouse. Looted all of Anor Londo and Sen's Fortress. Oh wait, there's one more item. so quiet. I think getting a bit more, I don't know, there's quite a few weapons that have like really high strength requirements in this, so I think getting 27 might not be a bad idea. I don't know, like going for interfaith weapons just isn't gonna work out. Maybe there's some interfaith weapons with like, you know, maybe it would be worth getting like 10 int, 10 faith, or 12 or something. I don't know, I'll have to see what the requirements are for a lot of these weapons.
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
So he has the Shotel and the Sunlight Straight Sword. We're definitely gonna keep those.
I'll be seeing you.
He also has the Havel's Ring, but we cannot buy a Havel's Ring until we get the Dust Crown or the Calamity Ring.
You print money. I like money.
Hey Jared, thank you for the 12 months. I don't think the gesture is an item. There's one item over here we could grab. Dude, this ring, the Slumbering Dragon Crest, or wait, what's it called? Yeah, that's so good. What about the female merchant? We have not made it to the female merchant yet. We need to kill Capra to get to her, right? No? Wait, how do you get to her? Oh, the Taurus Bridge? Are you talking about? Oh right, you don't actually need to kill Capra. Yeah. I always forget. I don't know, just because of speedrunning, I guess. I forgot. Oh yeah, this guy has a scimitar as well. Alright, we have 50 Titanite shards now. Feed the colored ones? I mean, I only have 2 green ones. Doesn't really matter. Feed him your old weapons. They're not worth like shit, are they? But yeah, I mean, I guess I could feed him old equipment.
Farewell.
Yeah, they're worth... They are worth nothing.
Hello there. I'm afraid the basic.
Oh,
don't
fuck.
Stranger. Thank you.
Wait, how much int do you need for this fucking bozo? There's no, I don't think it's... Okay, I don't know. Chat. Everybody in chat's saying something different. I think it is 15.
Stranger. Thank you.
Damn, that's kind of ass. Yeah. I kind of forgot about this. Well...
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
I don't know if he can have key items. Like, I don't know how important he is as a merchant. Why not use the 999 arrow soul glitch? Because that would defeat the challenge of the run if I can get level 800 5 minutes in. Alright. I think it might be anyways time, chat. I'm feeling kind of tired. We've been streaming for like 8.5 hours. We still have a lot of this run left. I want to get some dinner and go chill out. I'm feeling a bit worn out. But yeah, this is really good progress today. Maybe this run will make it to the end. It's possible. It's definitely a good start.